You will hear a number of different recordings, and you have to answer questions on what you hear. There'll be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played only once. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to your answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1.
Section 1. You will hear a conversation between a sociology student who is doing research on the town's new community centre and a resident.
Very kawaii.
First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 5.
Just came home from gym.
Welcome back. How was your exercise
Thank God
today?
Blaze is not here.
Yeah, he's not here yet.
It was good.
Nice.
You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
So this is organized only for...
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Excuse me? Could you spare a minute, please?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was in a world of my own. I didn't hear you there.
No problem. My name's Katie, and I'm a second-year sociology student. We're doing a research project on the importance of community centres to local residents. May I ask, are you a resident of Malton?
The answer is community centres. So, community centres has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 5.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Excuse me? Could you spare a minute, please?
Oh, hello. Sorry, I was in a world of my own. I didn't hear you there.
No problem. My name's Katie, and I'm a second-year sociology student. We're doing a research project on the importance of community centres to local residents. May I ask, are you a resident of Malton?
Yes, I am.
That's perfect. Would you mind answering some questions about the facilities you use? It won't take very long.
Of course.
I'd
I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Far away.
Great.
How are you?
OK, the first questions are to do with you. So can I ask how old you are? We need to know for statistical purposes later.
Well, I'd like to say 16, but I'm 59. 60 next week, in fact.
Okay.
Oh,
WBU.
congratulations for next week. Now I just need your postcode and then we'll get started.
Right. Well, that's an easy one. It's HA87UP.
7A8 HQP. Was that right?
No, my dear. It's HA87UP.
Right. OK. Sorry for the confusion.
That's quite all right. Now, what about these questions?
Yes, let's get started. So, one of the most important things we need to know is which of the facilities you already use.
Right, OK.
OK. What about computer facilities? Do you currently use public computers anywhere in town?
Yes, I do. I go to my local library.
Great. Just jotting that down. OK. What about local sports facilities?
Yes, I get down to the swimming pool at least twice a week.
And education facilities? Are you currently attending any courses?
Yes, I go to Spanish classes every Friday at the Further Education College.
That's great. I must say, you're very active.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 6 to 10.
I'm super okay, Draco. How are you? You okay? Nice.
Now listen and answer questions 6 to 10.
OK, we're halfway through. The next bit is all about how the community
hate
centre
Monday,
could
Corba.
be improved.
Same.
If at all, that is.
I see. Well, I'll give it a go.
Well, firstly, I'd like to find out your views on sports facilities. Which sports do you think the community centre should offer that it doesn't already?
Well, I'm not going to say swimming, as there's no point having 2 pools in a town of this size. Let me think. What about yoga? I know it's very popular these days. Yes, yoga and badminton. I used to play, you know.
Really?
Yes, and I was quite good, though I'm probably a bit rusty now. It's been years.
OK. Do you think the classes should be split into groups?
Yes, that's a good idea. I know that if there were classes only for pensioners, I'd definitely be more likely to play. I'm not as fast as I once was, you know.
OK, I'll just write that down. Great. Now we're nearly done. I just need to ask you some questions about education. What kind of classes do you think the centre should offer that it doesn't already?
Well, I suppose the kind of thing that's no longer offered at the local college. Things like arts and crafts. Those kinds of classes have now closed as they weren't financially viable, apparently.
Yes, I heard about that. It was such a shame. Those kinds of classes are so important for the psychological well-being of those most vulnerable in a community. OK, I've written that down. Now I need to ask you whether you would be willing to pay for any of the services we were just talking about.
Hello,
As long
David.
as it wasn't too much, I have nothing against contributing. Something like £2 per class seems like a reasonable rate for an old man like me.
OK. And lastly then, I just need to know how regularly you think you will use the new facilities if the community centre makes the changes you have suggested.
Well, I'd say 3 times a week, which is more than I go at the moment. I only bother on Mondays and Wednesdays, as there's nothing else on during the week
Yo.
that interests me. But I would definitely get out of the house more if they were to make those kinds of changes.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Damn, my day flew. I'm back at work tomorrow.
Good luck.
Section 2. You will hear an audio tour for Hampstead in the City of London. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen and answer questions 11 to 15.
Hi and welcome to the Walking Audio Tour Service, which offers guided audio tours of over 30 walks around London. The full list of the walks is available on our website. You have chosen the Hampstead Heath Tour Part 1, which was, in fact, the first of the walking tours that were recorded. Your walk takes you through part of the Heath, a huge, wild, open parkland where Londoners and visitors to the city can come and enjoy some leisurely and refreshing exercise. The Heath is one of the gems of North London. When you enter the parkland, you will feel as if you are walking in the wild countryside, but you are actually still in an urban area. The walking tour begins here at the exit to Hampstead Underground Station, which is the deepest station on the London Underground system. We hope that you enjoy your experience, whether you are on your own or sharing your walk with a companion. So, let's begin your tour. We hope you enjoy it. If you turn right as you exit Hampstead Station and stay on the right-hand side of the road, the main thoroughfare, Heath Street, will take you up the hill to the heath itself. You are now walking away from the main shops and cafes in Hampstead Village, but you can return to visit these after your walking tour for some window shopping. The village is busy during the daytime and the evenings. Now back to Heath Street. As the road winds northwards up Heath Street, you will pass some shops and restaurants on your way to the heath. When you reach the top, the first part of the heath that you will see on your right is the Vale of the Heath, which has some spectacular houses built on the heath itself beside a large pond. If you go along a little further, you will come to a fork in the road, where one road, North End Way, turns to the left and goes northwest away from the heath. And on your right is Spaniards Road, which turns northeast, cutting through the parkland. Walk along this latter road a little way and look for the first opening on your right, where a path leads you down into the wild parkland. As you descend along the pathway, you will find that the noise of the busy road that is just on your left disappears completely. You might want to take off your headphones to enjoy the delight of the sounds of the parkland. Don't imagine that there is only silence. There is the noise of the trees and the wildlife that lives there. As you walk along the path, you will come across several paths coming from the right to join the path that you are on. But keep going until you come to the first fork in the path. Now take the path that goes to your left, which will bring you shortly to the open spaces around Kenwood House.
Before you hear the rest of the audio tour, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
You can either walk through the woods and enjoy being among the trees, or you can savour the other charms the heath has to offer. You are now at Kenwood House, which is a museum open to the public. It has been used as the setting for several well-known films, and is used as a venue for a wide range of functions. For some light refreshments, there is the cafe at Kenwood House. Below Kenwood House itself, you can see the grassy slopes, which are an ideal place for picnics, and for children to run around and play games. Just beyond this picnic area is an open-air stage where music concerts are held in the summer months. You might even see the stage being prepared for a concert while you are there. You might want to explore this part of the heath at your leisure. But before you leave the heath altogether, there are two other notable features that are worth visiting. On the east side of the heath are several large ponds for segregated and mixed bathing. And if you would like a view of London, you can visit Parliament Hill, which gives you a good panorama of London that is in fact protected by law.
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Section 3. You will hear a tutor talking to a student about a case study. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, am I bothering you? Is it okay to see you now?
Hi, Jack. No bother. Please come in. As you're a tutor this year, it's my responsibility to oversee your assignments. Now, where are my notes? Oh, yes, here they are. Okay. I see that we were going to look at your case study on the challenges of urban planning in the 21st century and how to make it as green as possible. How's it all going?
Actually, I'm pretty happy with it. Can I talk you through it to make sure I'm on the right track?
Of course, please do. I'll stop you if I have any questions.
Okay. Well, I started by giving an overview of what green urban planning has been up until now. Firstly, there's the idea of a green belt. This is the one that everyone's heard of. But I found that while it was successful for a short time and in limited cases, it grossly oversimplified things.
Well, that's a good and practical start. What else did you look at? I hope that you also considered the idea of decentralization.
Yes, that was really interesting, as although there were no objections to it, and it looked good on paper, it just didn't work in practice.
Yes, a conundrum indeed. However, I think you'll find that there are many fads that come and go in this area. It isn't the first, and it won't be the last to simply disappear off the face of the planet. Well, this is all very good so far. What did you look at next?
I then researched the 1960s fad of building new towns on new sites, but I found that although there are isolated cases of success, they tended to cost too much time and money to build.
Keeping to that theme, have you considered the idea of brownfield sites? That is, sites that previously had another use, being converted into residential areas.
Like the idea of buildings that were once banks being turned into restaurants, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, I'd say it's a pretty important option in most urban areas today. Even though there have been issues with safety, if the land were contaminated in any way, at least it tends to attract no objections from local residents.
Okay, thanks. I'll make sure I put that in.
Anything else?
Well, I'm not sure about this last one, but I thought the idea of pedestrianizing central areas was an interesting concept. Do you think it's valid here?
Well, it's certainly not a bad idea. The only thing is that it would probably intensify the problem of congestion in inner city areas and would disrupt local residents' sleep if the construction work were to happen during the night. The use of loud excavators to repave the area would be inevitable.
Yes, I take your point. But in some older cities, I think it's one of the few viable options.
Well, as long as you state that, then it can definitely be included.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
Okay, so that's my introduction to urban planning sorted. But now I come to the main part, which is the case study. It was really difficult to choose, as there are so many good examples. But in the end, I settled on Curitiba, which is the capital of the South Brazilian state of Paraná.
Ah, yes, nice choice. How's the research coming along?
Well, to be honest, I'm finding the amount of material a bit too much. There's such a diverse range of statistics that it makes it almost impossible to be selective.
Well, tell me a bit more about what you've discovered, and then we'll see if we can come up with a plan to tackle the problem.
Well, it's fascinating. Local authorities managed to achieve so much since the 1960s, principally because, rather than waiting for central government initiatives, they chose a cohesive strategy where residents were consulted. Then they took their ideas and implemented them into local government planning to come up with a plan everybody was happy with.
Aha, a bottom-up approach. Do go on.
Well, the transport system is a real example of the town's eco-friendly image. Even though they have one of the highest number of cars per person in the country, they also have the highest number of people using public transport. This is because poor and elderly residents are able to benefit from a social fare that allows them to use the system for less. This has led to low levels of pollution, which also encourages citizens to use bicycles more.
Well, that's really impressive, Jack. Well done. But I do have some suggestions to help you with finalising your case study.
Please.
If you're going to prove Curitiba's success, you need to refer to specifics. You mentioned pedestrian-only areas in your introduction. How about that?
Yes, okay.
And what about the amount of parking for all of those cars?
I didn't come across that in my research, but I can look it up.
Yeah, I think it's important.
And what about considering where people live in relation to their place of work? If they live in the suburbs, how about mentioning how far they need to travel in order to get to work?
And don't forget about their recycling strategy, including how easy it is and how much they recycle, making sure you include statistics to back it up.
Okay, got it.
All in all, Jack, you've really done your homework, and I very much look forward to receiving your final draft.
Thanks, Professor. You've been a great help.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
Anaconda.
Oh, anaconda. How are you?
Section 4. You will hear part of a talk to economics students about how to make the most of their course. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40.
元気。
Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Stanley University School of Economics. I will be one of your lecturers on the course, and my name is Professor Whitefield. Before the academic year really gets underway, I would like to take you through some of what you can expect and to give you some general course information. Firstly, you'll be attending lectures during which you will receive information about economics and the priorities that you will need to focus on. The lectures will provide you with information about the subject in a relatively condensed format. In addition, they should also provide a suitable framework for further study. Typically, this is also the first time that students get the chance to meet a researcher at the forefront of the discipline. Traditionally, lectures are seen as an essential part of the learning culture for higher education, in which undergraduate study is viewed as an induction into academic discipline and a way of viewing the world. However, although all I have said until now is true, every year undergraduate students experience problems with the techniques used in lectures. Being forewarned will hopefully help you with adjusting to these issues. The first problem is that there is little opportunity for the development of student understanding. That is, if you misunderstand something, there is no immediate opportunity to ask. Secondly, when newer teaching approaches are used, such as problem solving, learning outcomes are improved. However, these will still not replace the validity of listening and learning from an expert. Now, before you start despairing, there are several things that you can do in order to make the learning process and, consequently, your student life at the university easier. First and foremost, be prepared. You will be given a reading list. Don't just throw it away or forget about it. Make sure you leave enough time to go through all items on it. Once you've done that, an ideal thing to do would be to test yourself on the contents. Prepare a mini quiz while reading and go back to it before the lecture and just check you know the answers. Now, for most of you, this won't be the first time that you're studying economics, but you may have taken a gap year or had a period of time working. If this is so, and even if it isn't in fact, it always makes sense to go back and refresh your memory on those relevant theories you learned about before, as we'll definitely be referring to them. Okay, there are just a couple more ideas I'd like to suggest before I'll take any questions you may have. We are lucky enough to be living in a digital age, so use resources like the web to do some extra background research. There's no shortage of information nowadays, but just be sure that you're using reliable resources. Finally, and this is an important one, make sure you discuss ideas with your peers. They're in the same boat as you are after all, and you'll probably find that it helps make your learning more memorable. All in all, take charge of your learning and you'll find that you succeed. Now, do you have any questions before we go on to the next?
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
癖強い訛りでしたね。
そうね。
That is the end of the listening test, the IELTS test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Reliable. Local.
これむずくない？ダブル頑張って。
Library. Library. Swimming pool. Education college. 頑張る。college. college, yoga and badminton. Badminton. Pensioners. Local college. The local college 2-3 times swimming. Okay.
合格
ギリギリね。Education, college, not a D, with a D, library. スペルミスが
888.
目立つね、やっぱり。library. Library. You いらない。college. D はいらない。college. Priorities, okay. Yoga, badminton, and yoga. Yoga and badminton. Badminton, yoga is okay. Pensioners, not pensioners. 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 Arts and crafts. 2-3 times. Number 14 とこれ researcher, high education, higher
ペンションって日本語でなんて言う？
年金じゃない？年金。
年金。おー。
pension, 年金。learning
勉
outcomes.
強になりました。
Learning outcomes. All times. Gap year. Background research. Reliable idea. Discuss ideas.
On the east side of the heath are several large ponds for segregated and mixed bathing. And if you would like a view of London...
Bathing. Okay. Bathingか。Bathing.
This is the one that everyone's heard of. But I found that while it was successful for a short time and in limited cases, it grossly oversimplified. This is the one that everyone's heard of. But I found that while it was successful for a short time and in limited cases, it grossly oversimplified things.
Well, that's a good and practical start. What else did you look at? I hope that you also considered the idea of decentralization.
Yes, that was really interesting. We have the highest number of people using public transport. This is because poor and elderly residents are able to benefit from a social fare that allows them to use the system for less. This has led to low levels of pollution, which also encourages citizens to use bicycles more.
Well, that's really impressive, Jack. Well done. But I do have some suggestions to help you with finalising your case study.
Please.
Firstly, you'll be attending lectures during which you will receive information about economics and the priorities that you will need to focus on. The lectures will provide you with information about the subject in a relatively condensed format. In addition, they should also provide a suitable framework for further study. Typically, this is also the first time that students get the chance to meet a researcher at the forefront of the discipline. Traditionally, lectures are seen as an essential part of the learning culture for higher education, in which undergraduate study is viewed as an induction into academic discipline and a way of viewing the world. However, although all I have said until now is true, every year undergraduate students experience problems with the techniques used in lectures. Being forewarned will hopefully help you with adjusting to these issues. The first problem is that there is little opportunity for the development of student understanding. That is, if you misunderstand something, there is no immediate opportunity to ask. Secondly, when newer teaching approaches are used, such as problem solving, learning outcomes are improved. However, these will still not replace the validity of listening and learning from an expert. Now, before you start despairing, there are several things that you can do in order to make the learning process and consequently your student life at the university easier. First and foremost, be prepared. You will be given a reading list. Don't just throw it away or forget about it. Make sure you leave enough time to go through all items on it. Once you've done that, an ideal thing to do would be to test yourself on the contents. Prepare a mini quiz while reading and go back to it before the lecture and just check you know the answers. Now, for most of you, this won't be the first time that you're studying economics, but you may have taken a gap year or had a period of time working. If this is so, and even if it isn't in fact, it always makes sense to go back and refresh your memory on those relevant theories you learned about before, as we'll definitely be referring to them. Okay, there are just a couple more ideas I'd like to suggest before I'll take any questions you may have. We are lucky enough to be living in a digital age, so use resources like the web to do some extra background research. There's no shortage of information nowadays, but just be sure that you're using reliable resources. Finally, and this is an important one, make sure you discuss ideas with your peers. They're in the same boat as you are after all, and you'll probably find that it helps make your learning more memorable. All in all, take charge of your learning and you'll find that you succeed. Now, do you have any questions before we go on to the next?
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers.
That is the end of the listening test, the IELTS test. You now have 10 minutes to transfer your answers to the listening answer sheet.
Okay.
Frart fart b rap brap nipple slap.
Yo, what's up? How are you? How are you, Kobikatsu?
I'm good, just finished with work.
Nice, welcome back.
How's the studying?
Going well. Only 3 minutes left. I have only 3 minutes left to complete this exam. To complete this mock test. Mamma mia! Done. Hmm.
Can we watch IELTS Pro take this test? On YouTube.
Can we watch a IELTS Pro take this test? Sorry, I don't understand well. What do you mean? What basically means? I think we can watch any videos on YouTube nowadays. So what kind? South Park. Hey, one boy. Number 4, paragraph D. What? What? 7. No. Is this 8? But, okay. This is weird. This is very weird. Report. Strange. 14.
I wish there was more Japanese speaking practice like the IELTS. Everything that I've looked at is all geared towards group learning.
They want money from you. They want money. But you can ask me instead of searching videos or Japanese speaking practice, hey? Like IELTS. But in that case, you can make your own questions from general environment, such as like, what type of food do you like to eat? What type of food you like to eat? How's the weather looks like today? What's your hobby? What are you studying now? What type of game do you like to play? I'm doing this in English though. Can we watch a IELTS Pro take this test? Sorry, one boy, do you have an example? I really don't understand. I really don't get it.
Hi.
Hey Blaze, what's up?
I may look at adapting the IELTS practice questions you were doing for speaking and adapt it into Japanese.
Adaption, it means tekyokai. Adaption, tekyo.
It was hella hot yesterday.
How about this? Like, go to IELTS speaking questions, then copy, paste to translate. あなたの故郷について話しましょう。あなたの故郷はどこですか? Yeah, that's it. There you go. This is also good.
That's what I mean by adapting LOL.
Let translate. I think ChatGPT can translate better than Google Translate. Google Translation. It was a hella hot yesterday. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit hot. It was a little bit hot yesterday. In my location.
Whispers to Komikatsu make Kaz make USA JPLT test.
JLPT test. D. Southeast Asia. Why? But
It was 35°C with 100 humidity, so it felt like 48°C. Yeah, plus if you ask ChatGPT, it can translate into various Japanese like Kansai dialects, casual Japanese or formal Japanese.
–35 degrees Celsius with 100% humidity. Oof.
I want countryside Japanese dialects.
You want countryside Japanese dialects?
LOL.
これなんて言いますか
Does the term hillbillies exist in Japan?
ねえこれはなんて言いますか
ねえね
秋田弁でなんて言いますか
えねえね
こちら
えねえねえば
じゃあこれはねれねえねえ
Oh, I like that guy's nai. Sounds like a crow.
パトカーがガードレールに衝突しました。
わっぜ音がしっせえよ。あたいら今朝台風かと思ってよ。外に出てみっせんわ。もうそこはよ見たぎな道路の向かいに歩いてた警察が止まってはよ。ないごてけちょ思って見てみっさよ。相方も左角ぶつけっせよ。で警察官が自分で事故するのよかなっただろ。
絶対わからん。
This what you're going to learn, Blaze.
They are so cute.
Indeed.
They look like cute Baba's Polish word for grandmas.
The grandma's hoodie, it's so charming. It's so charming. Her hoodings.
Yes.
Her hoodings is so charming.
Polish grandmas wear that.
Wow. I can't understand every single word from their conversation. Don't tell me that is Japanese. Don't tell me that was Japanese.
Kaz wish he had a cute hooding.
Hooding. Cute hooding. Why making so many mistakes? Alright, Blaze.
Kazu, can you bleach your hair next?
No, I don't want to add
Blonde
any.
Kazu.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Aww. HDR. Ta-da! Not bad, eh? Not bad, eh?
You can be a male guru.
fuck? ギャルってことか。
Please.
I don't want to do that.
Slow internet again.
Is it Rim? Slow internet again. How that? My internet is excellent right now.
Hi Reem with slow internet.
Oh, in your place, okay.
No, I mean my internet.
Your internet, you mean your internet, okay. Okay.
What happened to the Kazu GF Blaze? How fast is your internet right now, Kazksu?
Very fast.
Are you saying I'm his GF Reem? I think Sensation Black is Kaz GF / joke. Diam. No, you call me his GF but not today, ha ha ha. Oh. Holy shit.
Problem is fixed now. Ah.
GF. Guardian Force. LOL. Well, you aren't on voice comms, so I wasn't sure if you are chillin' today. So I guess I am not Kazu GF anymore then. Let me ask him.
Hmm?
Kawi Kazu.
Thank you.
Nanny.
違います。
My heart. Kawi Kazu. Reem's heart. Crushed. My heart is always the same. I mean your heart is already crushed.
The
UWU.
fuck is this?
Is Reem your wife?
全くもって無意味だ。
Oh, I am used to
どんな
getting
に
my
夢や
heart
希望を持
crushed.
っていても幸福な人生を送ることができたとしてもならば人生には意味がないのか。そもそも生まれてきたことに意味はなかった。
I am his what?
死んだ仲間もそうなのか。あの兵士たちも無意味だったのか。
His wife.
いや違う。あの兵士たちに意味を与えるのは我々だ。 あの勇敢な死者を哀れな死者を思うことができるのは聖者である我々だ。我々はここで死に次の聖者に意味を託す。それこそ唯一この残酷な世界に抗う術なのだ。
This is a speech about not giving up being Kaz's wife. Since when did I get married? Never give up Kaz's husband.
I have no idea about your problem, Blaze.
この聖配信はでっかいうんちのスポンサーの提供で送ります。
Kazu, are you seeing what Blaze saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
It's her.
And what are your thoughts, Kazu? Do you agree with him?
Agree or not agree? It's difficult to say, so please. Can you guys finish? Can you guys finish your topics? It's difficult. Complicated topic.
You heard him, Blaze. BRBBBBZZZZT. Earl feels bad, man. Blaze heartbroken.
All right.
He just
Writings.
jumped. Rib.
It's fine.
Bird jumping, wow, wow, wow.
They fine. They should be fine because they are lightweight. Should be fine. No worries. Writing. So I need to.
Kazu, you should grow your hair now.
I'm growing my hair though.
Kazu, did people in Japan used to download movies and music illegally using torrents?
I don't know. But there is Japanese video company trying to stop.
I think that's what happens in North Korea.
Japanese
Peer-to-peer stuff like uTorrent.
Japanese video company trying to stop
Cute, your wife likes your
people
hair longer, Kaz.
download
Did Japan ever
videos
use
illegally.
LimeWire?
I can see that. So now in Japan, they are super strict about to download, well,
Blaze, he
about
has asked to stop.
pirates content. So I think many people
said
doing
for
that
US
in
to
Japan
finish.
used to be.
Not to stop.
He said for us to stop, not to stop.
Was any pirating sites / programs popular in Japan? It means the same.
I don't know.
Not the same in English.
I don't know, one boy. Well, I don't have any responsibility to...
Stop means to immediately stop.
To respond to your question.
To finish means to continue until it ends. My best friend said she saw me in her dream, Kazu, and guess what? Do you know what it means to torrent movies and music?
Torrent is a tool.
She said I was getting married and wearing a diamond ring. Torrenting.
Tool that you can... Isn't torrent is can I explain? The file sharing application.
Is it like streaming movies and all? Yeah, it's a way to download movies using P2P file sharing stuff.
Yeah?
I don't really know how it works, tbh.
The problem is...
Torrenting is pirating copyrighted material. Torrenting is kinda like file sharing, but back in the day people shared illegal files of movies and TV series.
That's the problem, right? It's okay, you can share your own content.
Some of my friends do it still, lol.
But you can't share like copyrighted movies or videos.
Because cinema ticket is expensive now.
IELTS writing.
Riem loves Jimin, he doesn't know it's insanely widespread in Pakistan. Wide. I still torrent games because fuck paying €60 for a single player game. OOF.
Hey policeman, here, one boy downloading games illegally. Yes, he's living in the UK, no, United States, and he's...
Never torrent Dark Souls game. I might sleep early today, a bit too tired.
IELTS writing task 1. Download stuff illegally, it's not good.
When I wanna watch movies I just Google movie name, watch free online, haha.
IELTS writing task 1 questions.
And just stream it from an illegal site.
One boy, can we stop talking about this topic too? It's not nice.
You are not helping the Japanese economy, one boy too.
Exactly.
Kaz is too tired today, oh. Or maybe he'll finish watching this Japanese movie called Your Eyes Tell. Riem loves Jimin, are you watching Kazi Eyes, oh? I watched a series recently called Brush Up Life that was interesting.
(2020 年の人気映画について話しているのではありません。
Didn't visit the island, it's 3.5 million. All right, so millions of visitors.
False.
We need to put
Toilet paper.
Oh my god, I remember these graph questions, I hate them.
Hi again, I'm Adam. Welcome back to ingvid.com. Today's lesson is for the IELTS students who are going to be taking the IELTS test. It's for everybody, to be honest with you. This lesson is useful for anybody who needs to do some writing, but it's especially for those of you who are going to take the test. And because it's for the test, I'm going to start speaking in a little bit more natural speed. I'm going to kill two birds with one stone, get a little bit of listening practice and some information. Okay, so let's get started. IELTS Academic Test, Task 1. What does this task ask you to do? It asks you to look at an infographic. What is an infographic? Information graphic. It's going to give you a bar chart.
It's a difficult question, Blaze. Am I loving Reem or not? Because we just met for only one time, and how can I love person only for just one time? Normally, people needs.
You told me you loved me 2 days ago. So why not?
People needs people needs certain amount of
I
time.
started reading a new book called King of Wrath.
To develop their relationships, right? What I think, to love somebody else.
You are developing your relationship with Reem still.
Doesn't work like that. That's another question, Blaze.
I agree with you, Kazu. It takes time.
That's another question, Blaze. Human life is very
English, ha ha ha.
Human life is very complicated.
And it's very off topic, Blaze.
Very vast. It can be anything. It's hard to predict your future life, what will going to happen.
True, and also short. How did Kazu look in real life?
Perhaps I'm not really exist. Perhaps I'm not real person.
Without
Perhaps I am an alien. All possibilities
it's okay,
exist.
Japanese don't really use the word love. This is normal. You may want this or that, but something else will happen in future.
So, the point is, no one can predict the future, right? That's the point. And there is many possibilities exist.
Exactly. I can.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Then can you predict? Look, these two fingers.
I'm a time wizard.
No, sorry, never mind. If you can predict future, it's fantastic.
Flick me off.
You have a fantastic ability. Please predict the lottery. The lottery number. Please predict the lottery number.
I predict the future. Hold on. Yes, show US Blaze.
I want to be a millionaire.
Will take the IELTS test.
Kaz will take the IELTS test. Yes.
Magic.
Well, that's not the future, but.
May you become billionaire.
But you can't predict at what time and what kind of climate, what's
Kaz
weather on that
go
day.
To the bathroom.
Eventually.
Bad smile. Kaz will eat food at some point.
At some point, yeah, but that's not prediction.
There will eventually be cold weather.
That's a guessing. Well, guessing or like the result you are saying. I want to hear more exact future. more precise information, like at what time, for example.
Okay, exact time, date.
Yes. Time and date. Time and... This is ridiculous. I'll continue my...
graph,
I'm going to
diagram,
continue.
a pie chart, a table,
I am
all kinds
going
of things.
to continue.
It's going to ask you to take this graphic visual with whatever information is in it, convert it into words and sentences. Okay, very straightforward. Now, if you look on English.com,
Tomorrow starts every day after 24
Emma,
hours.
a colleague of mine, did a very good lesson on how to score high on this task. Excuse me. Watch that video, but this is a little bit different. She was talking about how to write. I'm going to tell you what to write, okay? One of the most difficult aspects of this task is looking at this information graphic and knowing what information to pick out and include in your report, okay? And that's what it is. It's a report. Now, because we're talking about a report, it's very important to remember that a report is not an essay. It has very different structures. It has very different requirements, okay? Let's start. What are we going to write? They ask you to write a minimum of 150 words. Your target is 170 to 190. 150 is just not enough and you don't want to go under because why lose points that way? Aim for 170 to 190. You'll get everything you need to say. Now, let's look at the introduction, okay? Very different from an essay. Your introduction is going to be very short, 1 to 2 sentences. Once you start your third sentence, you're saying too much. You're saying more than you need to say. What do you have to say in the introduction? What am I looking at? That's all they want you to do in the introduction. What am I looking at? I'm looking at a graph. I'm looking at a table. This table shows. This table demonstrates. This diagram shows, illustrates, demonstrates. You don't need that many words. Illustrates, demonstrates, shows. Whatever they wrote in the task, use one of the other words in your introduction.
One boy in all the world, maybe
basically,
he can
that's what you're doing.
some
You're rephrasing
joke.
the task. They tell you what you're looking at. They say, look at the following graph about this and that and summarize what it says. Okay, this graph shows blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, I, me, we. This is a very common mistake people make. In your introduction, in your entire report for task 1, there should never be the word I. There should never be the word me or we.
You can't torrent real people.
This is not about you. This is about the infographic only. Now, because it's not about you, there is absolutely no opinion. You will not reach any conclusions.
Would you illegally download a car?
Make an analysis. You will not try to understand what's going on. You will not make any inference. You will not take this information to understand other information. You will not make any predictions. Oh, what's going to happen after this information is explained? You're not going to explain anything. All you're going to do is show me what is in the infographic, right? Are you going to give me an explanation? Are you going to give me the meaning of what you're looking at? No, you're not. You are only going to give me facts, okay? I'm the grader, for example. I'm grading your task 1, your report. I don't care if you understand what you're looking at. All I care is that can you take this information and explain it to me in good English? This is an English test, not an intelligence test. It doesn't matter if you understand it or not. Can you convert the infographic into words and sentences? That's it. Now, having said that, keep your introduction, in fact, keep your whole report, but especially the introduction, very simple, very straightforward. You don't need fancy language. You don't need very high-end vocabulary. You just need to have different vocabulary. You need to have good sentence structures and give me the information that you see. Now, before I look at the body of the report, I want to actually look at the conclusion, okay? You're going to have your introduction, you're going to have your body. What about the conclusion? Now, this is a bit of a trick question. Do you see all these things I wrote about the conclusion? That's what you're going to give me. Nothing. There is no conclusion in task 1 because you're not reaching any conclusions. You're not explaining anything. All you're doing is giving me information. You have an introduction paragraph, very short, 1 or 2 sentences. You have 1 or 2 body paragraphs. That's it, okay? Don't try to get too fancy. Don't try to show off your intelligence. That's not what they're looking for. English test, remember that. Okay? Now, obviously the most important part, what do I put in the body? Let's look at that. Okay, we're going to look at two things when we're looking at your report body. First, we're going to look at some things that you can look for, some things to pick out, some information to include in your report. And after that, we'll look at how to split up your 2 paragraphs or 1 paragraph, depending on the situation. So, what are some things to look for in your report? Let's say you're looking at graphs, okay? So first thing, always pay attention to your axes, your X, Y axes. What is the information here? What is the information here? What is going up here? What is going up here? With that in mind, what are the ranges? Let's say you're talking about time. You're talking about 1960 to 2010. You have a 50-year range. Make sure you mention that range if it's going all the way across. If it's a short range, mention that. But what about that range? What are you mentioning within that range? All kinds of things. Peaks and valleys. So again, let's go like this. This is a peak. This is a valley. Another way to look at it is highs and lows. If a graph is moving up and down, pay attention to the peaks, pay attention to the valleys. If it's very steady peaks and valleys, no problem. You can mention the stability aspect of it. Okay? Now, here I also mentioned plateaus. You're going up, 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 and flat. Up, 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 flat. This is a plateau. It means where things flatten out and stay stable, don't change too much on this axis. Okay? On this axis, everything continues forward. This is usually time or number of increase in sales percentage, for example. It could be many things. This is any variable that can be. This is the range within which you measure things usually. Okay. Peaks, valleys, highs, and lows. Now, you're also looking for patterns. How things are the same. Like if you're comparing 2 or 3 things or 5 things or 6 things, what are the patterns? What are they all doing the same? Trends is another way. All of them are trending up. All of them are trending down. Some are trending up, some are trending down. You're going to be comparing and contrasting. But you keep these very general, okay? If you're comparing 5 things and you find 4 of them share a pattern, don't talk about each of them individually. Put all 4 into one lump group. These 4 countries from the West are all increasing their military spending. The one country in the South is decreasing, okay? So the trends, lump them together. Then you look for the anomalies. Now, what is an anomaly? It's something out of the ordinary. If you have a pattern, everybody's going up, 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 but one is going down, that one is the anomaly. It is outside the pattern, outside the trend. Exception is another way to say anomaly. Something that goes against the trend. Here you will get a little bit more detailed and give me specific numbers or whatever the variables are to talk about how it is the exception. What is the exception? What is the change of direction? What is the pattern that the thing or the person or the place itself is following? Now, if you have tables, tables have columns and rows. Pay attention to the headings in the columns and the rows. They're going to tell you a lot of information. You might want to include that. You could just put that into your introduction if it's a very general thing. If it's very important to what's going on, you put that into your body as well. Now, if you're looking at a diagram, excuse me, a diagram usually shows a process or a cycle, a life cycle of an ant or a moth, okay? What you want to do is you want to identify the start of the cycle or the process. You want to identify the finish or the end of the process, and you want major steps along the way. You don't need to tell me every little bit of detail. Remember, it's 170 words. There's only so much you can say. Don't try to include everything. Major steps, milestones. What is a milestone? A milestone is when something reaches a specific point in a process. So a moth, for example, the mother moth or the adult moth lays eggs. That's one milestone. The eggs hatch into larvae. That's another milestone. 6 weeks pass by, they eat the leaves, blah, blah, blah. Little details, not so important. Next step, the larvae start building their cocoon around themselves. That's a milestone. Time goes by, they get fed, this and that, the other. And that next milestone, the cocoon opens, the wings come out. These are the steps you want to make. You don't want every little detail. Major steps and milestones. Now, when you're comparing things, you always look for the similarities and you always look for the differences. You are going to spend more words on the differences than you are on the similarities. Because the similarities, you can say all of them do this. One of them does this, this, and that in that specific order in this specific time. The differences are more detailed, the similarities are more general. Same as patterns and anomalies, it's the same idea. Okay, so these are all the things you're going to be looking for. Again, you don't need everything. You don't want to tell me what every piece of the puzzle is doing. So let's say you're comparing 5 different countries here. You don't want to tell me this country did this country did that, this country did this country did that, this country did that. No, A, you don't have time, B, you don't have space in terms of words, and C, it's not important. Okay? You want to tell me A, B, and C are doing this way. D is going the opposite way. That's what you want to tell me. Okay? So that's all the information you're going to look for. Now, how do you split up your paragraphs? Let's look at that. Okay, so now we have to think about how to split up our report. One of the problems people have is they don't know when to switch to a new paragraph, right? So again, there's no rule. You'll have to feel it out when you're doing it, but here's a suggestion. If you're only looking at one chart or one graph or one pie chart, table, etc., you can split it in 2 ways. One, in the first paragraph, look at all the trends, all the patterns, all the things that are basically similar. In the second paragraph, focus on the major differences, the anomalies and exceptions. Okay? That's the easiest way to split it. Another way is in your first paragraph, again, even in a table, you're going to have 2 or 3 things. In a graph, you're going to have 2 or 3 different things in it, different variables, etc. In the first paragraph, focus on one thing, like you're comparing 2 countries. Focus on the first country, what it's doing in the graph. Second paragraph, focus on the second one. Okay? Again, it's a little bit straightforward, to be honest. Just say it simply what you're looking at. Focus on one, focus on the other. Now, if you have 2 charts, it's actually much easier when you're comparing charts. It takes you a little bit longer to get all the details and information, pick out all your trends and anomalies. But in the first paragraph, talk about chart 1. In the second paragraph, talk about chart 2, with slight comparisons as necessary. Or another way to do it, in the first paragraph, compare the 2 in terms of all the similarities, all the trends, all the things that they are doing similar. In the second paragraph, look at all the major differences. Now, some of them, one is going to be linked to the other. You're going to have, for example, the type of food eaten in one country and the agricultural expansion in the same country. How does one affect the other? The more food that's eaten, the more crops are grown. Okay? You have to make some sort of connection. Don't go beyond what is given to you. Okay? Don't bring your ideas into it. Even if you're correct, even if you're an economics major and this is all simple for you, you can take this little bit of information and write me a whole economic theory.
IELTS Writing Task 1, Lesson 1. In this lesson, I'll quickly explain what we're going to do on this video course for Writing Task 1. Similar to what we did for Task 2 in the Task 2 lessons, my aim is to give you methods and techniques, to look at the task, to break it into parts, and to give you a good approach, good methods for those parts. So, for example, of course, we'll look at the different types of Writing Task 1 question. A few things to remember before we start. The Writing Task 1, the task is to describe a figure, some kind of graph, chart, diagram that you see. Your task is to describe it and write a report on it. You are not supposed to give your opinions. You don't know why the line on a graph goes up or goes down. You haven't got the research. All you see is the graph and you describe what you see. This we would call a report. It's a description task. So no opinions, first of all. And another important thing before we get going, I'll just say this now, no conclusion. Because a conclusion is like a final opinion, a final judgment. So we're never going to put a conclusion in Writing Task 1. You can put a summary in Writing Task 1. Examiners call this the overview, but it's the same as a summary. So if you want to put something general at the end of your essay in Writing Task 1, let's call it a summary and not a conclusion. So I've said that writing task 1 is a report, it's a describing task, we have no conclusion but we do have a summary, and we're going to look at the different types of question. In fact, I'm going to define them as 6 different types, which I'll show you in a moment. And then I'll give you techniques for those 6 types, and we'll work on an example question for each one. I said we were going to look at the 6 question types for writing task 1. So here they are: line graph, bar chart, pie chart, table, a diagram that's comparing things, or a diagram that's showing a process. I consider a map to be a type of diagram, so maps are included in either number 5 or number 6. Now, I always ask my students, what do numbers 1 to 4, line graph, bar chart, pie chart and table, have in common? I've highlighted those 4 in green because they're very similar. The reason is, the answer is that they have one thing in common, which is that they all show numbers. When you're describing a line graph, bar chart, pie chart or table, you're just describing something that shows numbers. People often ask me, is there some special language that I need to know for pie charts or for tables? The answer is no. There's no special language. The language for those 4 types is exactly the same. It's number language, and the only things you have to do really are 3 things. You might have to describe one number, or for more than one number you might have to compare, so you need some comparing language. You need to know how to compare numbers in a sentence. And the final thing with numbers is to be able to describe changes or trends. That's where you use your increase, decrease language. Those are the only 3 things in terms of language that we need to really worry about: describing numbers, comparing more than one number, and describing these changes and trends. In fact, number 5, the diagram, you're using very similar language, describing and comparing things on a diagram. Of course, there are no numbers, but the comparing language is going to be very similar. The only one that has different language, where you need to use something different, is the process diagram. And we'll talk about that in a lesson dedicated to the process diagram questions later in this course. But in terms of language, just remember that it's fairly
ごめん、TTS 棒読みちゃんが何かしらの不良だったみたい。
We've got 4 types that are all the same, just showing numbers, and there's only this one type where we need to look at some slightly different language items or structures. Moving on from question types to essay structure. I'm going to show you now the 4-paragraph structure that I always use on my blog, my website, and with my students here in Manchester. If you've followed my blog lessons, you should already know this. Here are the 4 paragraphs that I suggest: introduction, overview, which you can call summary if you want. The examiners call it an overview. And then 2 paragraphs
Manchester
of details.
BRUV.
No conclusion, you notice. I said that earlier in this lesson. But if you want, you can put the overview at the end. We can have a summary at the end. I personally prefer to put it second because I know how important the overview is for your score. So I do it just after the introduction, but it makes no difference. You can put it at the end as a summary if you want. Just don't begin with in conclusion. Begin with in summary, or it is clear that. Something that shows this is a general summary of the information. Now, moving on, the introduction. What do we do? Very simple. 1 sentence, paraphrase the question. So you take the question and you go through it bit by bit, changing the words if you can, maybe change the order. You don't have to change everything. Just try to change the key words in there. Anyway, moving on, the overview or summary, what do we do? Well, my advice is this is very important, so I give it 2 sentences. And in those two sentences, you're looking to explain or describe, the main general things. So look for two main things, two main points. You'll see what I mean in more detail when we actually do some questions later on this course.
Oh,
Then
whole
finally,
2
we
sentences,
have
LOL.
2 paragraphs about the details. This is where you include numbers and you do your comparisons, you're describing trends if there are trends shown. Sometimes people ask me, why do we need 2 paragraphs? Well, the simple answer is this makes you organize or group the information better. If you can, for example, if you've got numbers, you might put all the higher numbers in one paragraph and the lower numbers in another. Or you might put the first half of the period in paragraph 3 and the second half of the period of years. IELTS Writing Task 1, Lesson 2, Line Graphs. Line graphs show numbers changing over a period of time. So you will always see numbers on the left on the y-axis and time on the bottom on the x-axis. And the lines on the graph show the numbers changing, going up and down as the time goes on. One thing you need to know before we start. You will not see a graph with only one line in your IELTS test. A graph like this would be too easy. You will almost definitely see 2, 3, 4 or even 5 lines on the line graph. Usually the most common are graphs with 3 or 4 lines. And your job is to compare the lines, not to describe them separately. Do not write a separate paragraph about each of the lines. Make sure you compare them. And there's 2 types of comparison that you need to make. First, make a very general comparison of the lines on the graph, the information. This is for your summary or overview paragraph. I do this after the introduction as paragraph 2, but you could put the summary at the end. An example of this, if we take a graph with 4 lines, the overall summary would be something very, very general, like saying that the blue line is the highest overall, is higher than the other lines overall, in the whole period shown. Very, very general. Second, compare the lines at specific points. This is for your details paragraphs, paragraphs 3 and 4. Looking again at the graph for an example, with these 4 lines, there are many details that you could compare. I would start off at the beginning with the first year and compare the numbers there, but then there are many other choices and you have to select what you think are the main things. You might choose this point where the blue line becomes the highest and stays the highest for the rest of the period. You might choose to describe and compare the different increases or rises. You might choose the peaks on one or more of the lines. You might choose a stable period on one of the lines like this one. There are many things to say and you can't describe everything, so you have to select. My tip is write at least one thing about each line. Make sure you do some comparisons, and if you've got 1 or 2 things that you've said about each line, that should be okay. With that advice in mind, let's look at a line graph question now. Here's the question. The graph below shows electricity production in terawatt hours in France between 1980 and 2012. That's the question statement. Then we look at the graph itself. You can see the heading at the top, electricity production in France by source, TWH. TWH must mean terawatt hours. We can see that from the question. You don't need to understand what that means. Just use terawatt hours as you.
I am going to have a dinner. I'll take.
How is your mom doing, Kazu?
Doing fine. She's doing fine. Recently My mom took a exam and she passed. I'm not going to say what kind of exam, but going to have a dinner.
Nice.
Thank you.
Tell her congrats for her passing.
I will. I'm going to have dinner. Uncountable noun. I'm going to have dinner. See you later.
sussy. Weird study.
Weird stuff. How are you?
Your units
I am okay.
in
How about
your
you?
report. You
Great.
can see on the graph,
I
on
just
the y-axis on the
had
left,
dinner.
those units 0 to
Just
500.
had dinner.
Those are the terawatt hours. So if we're talking,
Oh yes, about dinner.
Just took Wednesday, Thursday and Friday off work.
You got injured. Did you get injured by accident or?
No vacation.
Oh, vacation. Only 3 days, for only 3 days. That's short? Isn't that short for you? Furniture.
Not really. I have 22 days per year. I can take them when I want.
Jewelry.
Don't need to be all at the same time. You wanna review what I taught you real quick? I may hook up my old PC for Elden Ring DLC. I'll be using these to play Elden Ring DLC. Acting up.
Don't need to be all the same time. No, really, I have 22 days per year. I can take them when I want. Well, that's great. That sounds great. I'll be using these to play Elden Ring DLC. Enjoy. Enjoy your playing Elden Ring. You wanna review what I taught you real quick? Hook up my older PC for Elden Ring DLC. Sure. Sure, Blaze.
Okay, I got no mic.
You got no mic?
So I'll type 3 questions.
Alright.
You need to try and answer them.
Sure. Go ahead.
Let's talk about your hometown. Where is your hometown?
My hometown in southern part of Japan.
Wrong. Super wrong.
My hometown in Japan.
Write down what you just said. Then study it until you stop making the mistake.
My hometown in Japan. In the southern
You forgot the English word we use for existence.
My hometown is in the southern part of Japan, and it's called Kumamoto. Is my hometown is in the Kumamoto. My hometown is in the southern part
So
of
strike
Japan.
1 out of 3. 2 more tries.
Okay. Is and is called Kumamoto. And is called Kumamoto. Is. To me,
What do you like
is
about
not
it?
that important, Blaze. To me, in and is the same thing.
Why do we use is?
This is
Implies it exists.
this phone. This is phone. This is phone. This is phone.
You still got same mistakes.
This is
a phone.
This is a phone. To me, I don't need a. Same thing. This.
You need a.
This why? Because one phone? But some words. This is dinner.
Yes, one phone.
This is dinner. How about this? This is jewelry.
Just presume if it's single you need a.
This is dinner. This is dinner.
Dinner implies multiple foods.
This is for dinner. Yeah. This is for dinner. This is air. This is aid. This
like
is
you know
anger.
The rules, Kaz.
This is cash. This is cash. This is coffee. Uncountable noun
You just
list.
need to presume.
You know what? Why I can't use a appropriately? Because there is uncountable noun exist in English. My problem is which word is not is countable or uncountable. Data, for example. Economics. Fun. This is fun.
Also, you know a good amount of uncountable nouns.
This is sand. This is water. Okay. Okay. Sorry for interrupt.
List every uncountable noun.
I did it.
No more excuse. Then study every single one of them.
Substances and materials. Water, air, oil, rice, sugar, bread, butter, cheese. Cheese uncountable? What? Milk, flour. But how cheese is uncountable?
You don't say this a cheese.
How about bread? How bread is uncountable?
It's probably because back then cheese was big wheels. Same thing of bread. Bread is a load. Loaf.
Subtract the
You
concept.
have a slice of bread.
I see. Information.
Ask chat is there is any more.
Advice. There's more. Abstract concepts. Knowledge. Love. Hate. Happiness. Sadness.
If that's
Patience.
it, that's very studyable.
Courage. Activities. Work, homework, research, travel, exercise. Wait, exercise is uncountable. Huh? Really? But you say a exercises. Oh? Exercise. Exercises. Education. Training. Shopping. Shoppings. Mathematics.
You can say I'm going to exercise but not I'm going to do a exercise.
Going to exercise. Since exercise is not countable, then why there is plural form of exercise exist in English? Exercise. Exercises. Plural noun. Then you can count multiple exercises, but you can't count exercise itself. Okay. Weird. Education.
The thing is,
trainings, shopping. Fields of study. Physics.
you
chemistry.
should know if these words are plural or not before using them, right? As you told me, Kaz.
Aye.
Only use words you learned.
Weather. Rain, snow, sunshine. Thunder. Lightning. Why lightning? Is uncountable. A lightning, a thunder.
Otherwise Blaze will beat your butt.
Ouch. I know fog and the sunshine, snow, rain, weather is uncountable, but thunder and lightning, you can count? One thunder, two thunders, three
so when
thunders.
You answer, just use words you know well if they are plural or not.
But thunder, why thunder is uncountable? Because there's one thunder, two thunders, three thunders. You can count thunder or lightning. One lightning, two lightnings.
We don't count thunder.
You don't count thunder.
We count thunderclaps.
How about lightning?
Or thunder sounds.
Same principle. Lightning sounds. Lightning claps.
Lightning flashes.
Lightning flashes. Then how about electricity? Is electricity?
We count the number of lightning bolts or flashes. Or lightning strikes.
Electricity. How about electricity? Is electricity countable? Uncountable now.
I wouldn't worry about lightning or thunder. Nobody uses those correctly when counting.
So electric is uncountable.
True.
Got it.
Also, I'd imagine.
Mathematics, physics, travel, work, education, training.
It's like Japanese where you can use one phrase type to count everything.
Oh, no, don't. Do not compare with Japanese, please. No, this is English. I'm trying not to compare.
While it's more correct to use their correct counter, you can just use one type.
Will confuse. I will confuse.
The only thunderous sound I know that is countable properly is a fart. LOL.
I only have to think about English. English. History is uncountable. Literature also uncountable. Music also countable. Weather, rain.
When I want to set up my PC.
Furniture uncountable. Equipment uncountable. Luggage. Baggage. Traffic. Clothing. Jewelry. Okay. News, luck, money.
Got a new PC, Blaze. No old one.
Transport.
But I am addicted to gaming. This old one makes a burning Lego smell. But it's the only way I can play Elden Ring DLC ATM. LOL. So Blaze is gonna enjoy suffocation while dodging bosses.
Irregular uncountable nouns.
Azure Blaze
What?
for well, that's the way I would want to go too.
Has two meanings. One is countable and the
Far
one
point.
is uncountable.
Fair.
Hair.
Get ready cuz dodging is all you'll be doing.
Me too. Hey Nekuma. Business.
Yahoo.
Hello, hello.
I heard people are struggling telling people who do no summons to use summons. But the thing is, it LOL be child's play for me. Kaz, did you shake your head no? Underscore.
No, no.
In about 500,
Nanny.
we'll say 500 terawatt hours of electricity. At the bottom, on the x-axis, you can see the years 1980 to 2012. And in the box in the middle of the graph, we can see the sources of
When you got one
electricity,
more question.
thermal, nuclear, hydroelectric, and renewables.
All right. Go ahead.
What do you not like about it?
Of what?
Your hometown.
My hometown.
Man, I'd like to see Kazu doing the DLC as a no summon, all attack no defense player he is.
One day, TG. I'm super busy at the moment, TG. One day, okay? One day. The thing which I do not like about
I have to purposely not use a shield or it LOL make the bosses a joke.
About my hometown, which is lack of amusement. Which is lack of amusement.
No. You keep forgetting your existence words in English. Is in there. NA.
The one thing I do not like about my hometown, which is lack of amusement facilities. Well, lack of amusement facilities. The one thing I do not like
NA.
about my hometown is the lack of amusement facilities. Almost correct though. Almost.
How then do we write a report about this? Well, if you
Yeah,
watch
you are
my
almost
previous
correct in
lesson, you'll
English
know that I
sentences.
have a 4-paragraph structure: introduction, overview or summary, details, details.
But you are is.
You can put the
A,
overview
there,
at the end if you
the
want,
is
but
always
I
missing.
prefer it second because it's quite important.
True.
Starting then with the introduction,
I'll try not to.
we paraphrase the question.
Next time.
We just change some words. So the main thing to look at is the question statement here. The graph below shows electricity production in terawatt hours in France between 1980 and 2012, and we're going to just try and change a few
to learn
words
why
in
they
there.
are needed.
We start with the graph below shows, and we can change that to the line graph compares.
I know
Then
why
electricity
they need
production,
it, but I'm not
we can
used
change
to it
that to
yet.
the amount of electricity produced. I'll miss out in terawatt hours. We don't really need that. The next part is in France, which can stay the same in France. Now I'm going to add something. I'm going to add those sources
I have
where
to
the
focus. And today I have to focus to my writing task. I'm going to spend my so for today, forget it. Today going to practice my writings. Today I'm going to practice my writings. Today I am going to practice. I'm going to practice my English writing skill.
Skills.
Why? I am going to practice my English skills, not skills. Okay. Skills. むずいなあ、こういう細かいところは本当に。
Electricity comes from, we can see in the graph those 4 sources. I'm going to put those in my introduction, using 4 different sources of power, and finally we need to get the dates between 1980 and 2012. A nice way to change that is talking about the length of the period, over a period of 32 years. The full introduction is finished then. The line graph compares the amount of electricity produced in France using 4 different sources of power over a period of 32 years. Now we can move on to paragraph 2, the overview. 2 sentences, 2 main points. We're looking for some very general. Blue line becomes the highest and stays the highest for the rest of the period. You might choose to describe and compare the different increases or rises. You might choose the peaks on one or more of the lines. You might choose a stable period on one of the lines like this one. There are many things to say and you can't describe everything, so you have to select. My tip is write at least one thing about each line. Make sure you do some comparisons, and if you've got 1 or 2 things that you've said about each line, that should be okay. With that advice in mind, let's look at a line graph question now. Here's the question. The graph below shows electricity production in terawatt hours in France between 1980 and 2012. That's the question statement. Then we look at the graph itself. You can see the heading at the top, electricity production in France by source, TWH. TWH must mean terawatt hours. We can see that from the question. You don't need to understand what that means. Just use terawatt hours as your units in your report. You can see on the graph, on the y-axis on the left, those units 0 to 500, those are the terawatt hours. So if we're talking about 500, we'll say 500 terawatt hours of electricity. At the bottom on the x-axis you can see the years 1980 to 2012, and in the box in the middle of the graph we can see the sources of electricity: thermal, nuclear, hydroelectric and renewables. How then do we write a report about this? Well, if you watched my previous lesson you'll know that I have a 4-paragraph structure: introduction, overview or summary, details, details. You can put the overview at the end if you want, but I prefer it of electricity, thermal, nuclear. I prefer it second because it's quite important. Starting then with the introduction, we paraphrase the question. We just change some words. So the main thing to look at is the question statement here. The graph below shows electricity production in terawatt hours in France between 1980 and 2012, and we're going to just try and change a few words in there. We start with the graph below shows, and we can change that to the line graph compares. Then electricity production, we can change that to the amount of electricity produced. I'll miss out in terawatt hours, we don't really need that. The next part is in France, which can stay the same, in France. Now I'm going to add something. I'm going to add those sources where the electricity comes from. We can see in the graph those 4 sources. I'm going to put those in my introduction, using 4 different sources of power. And finally, we need to get the dates between 1980 and 2012. A nice way to change that is talking about the length of the period, over a period of 32 years. The full introduction is finished then.
Illustrate
Easy clap.
Thank you. Illustrates the average figure of... how can I paraphrase the sentence?
This graph shows the monthly price changes of 3 metals in 2014.
Here.
You can use the verb restate with GPT if you want other ways of saying the same thing. Paraphrasing is like summarization.
I'm going to paraphrase this four different sentences. 略す First, the graph below shows the average monthly change in the prices of 3 metals during 2014. So I can say metals to minerals during 2014 stay here. I can paraphrase change in the prices. This, how you gonna paraphrase this? Change in the prices. So price is changing, which is they are compare. We're going to compare the 3 different prices.
Price change.
And monthly. The average monthly, here I have to paraphrase it. This one. Only this one. The average monthly change in the prices of the 3 metals.
The average monthly price changes of 3 metals.
Yes, I want to paraphrase it. The average figure.
If I keep shortening it, the meaning will change.
Which is I have to avoid it. Which is I don't want. Which is I don't want to. Average figure of what? First, figure of what?
Which is something I don't want.
Cost. Which is something I don't want. Average. Average cost of monthly average cost. Average monthly change. Average monthly. The average cost of 3 different minerals during 2014 monthly. The line graph below illustrates the average monthly price changes of three different throughout. How about now? Fluctuation. The line graph below illustrates the average monthly price price, not cost.
Fluctuation.
No, why not of three different metals throughout 2014. Three different metals but why with not cost? Why not with cost? Ah, all right. So I can use cost. So I can use cost. I can use
difference between 値段 and 価格。
値段価格 same 値段価格 cost and price monthly cost fluctuations of three different metals throughout 2014. Good. Next. So the line graph below so also why not provided. the provided line graph below.
Hello.
Hello. Jinja? Hey yo, long time no see. How have you been? The provided line graph.
Good, thanks.
Good, good, good. How's everything?
Mostly okay. Just somewhat busy with uni. Have you taken the EOFL or IELTS yet?
Next month.
TOEFL.
I have an IELTS exam next month. Thank you. What are you studying at your university?
Computer science and machine learning.
Machine learning. Oh. A lot of programmings.
Yeah. Back to learning English, I see.
What do you mean? I'm always learning. I am always learning English. Nothing else.
I saw you earlier watching YouTube, lol.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Kamikatsu yup, those blonde cat girl videos are important for his research on English as well. Need something after the comma in Calgary.
You mean, where?
A conjunction.
Like here, maybe? Over the decade. From 20...
Between 2000 and 2010. Over the decade is redundant.
How about this one? Over the course of the decade from
During the decade between 2000 and 2010, the sky was blue.
During the decade between the sky was blue. Wait, you mean I can't finish with this sentence? The provided line graph.
お部屋、で、高汗、オフ、で、出風、from、2000と、2010に。
It's incomplete.
But how about the provided line graph below illustrates blah 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 over the course of the decade from 2000 to 2010. 2000 to 2010.
In that case, it would make sense.
Yes, good. All right. So the illustrates what? Earnings of 3 bakeries in Calgary. Earnings. You mean salary or profit?
Closer to profit than salary.
Profit of profit among.
I'm still working on memorizing the word for salary in Japanese.
給料。時給給料。Well, 給料だな。
給料、イエプ。
That's the word I learned how to read yesterday. LOL.
In the prices among, I can paraphrase in the to among. So illustrates average monthly cost fluctuates among the 3 different metals throughout 2014. どうよ。
No they.
Among. No they.
I don't know which metals you're talking about.
Among. Oh, I see. Then well, in that case, for example, aluminum, zinc, and the copper.
How fancy does your English need to be?
Very fancy. Fancy.
College level. Wow.
Yeah. The provided line graph below illustrates the profit among the three bakeries. Three different bakeries.
I can barely make anything above 5th grade level on my own.
It's okay. This is not that important. And beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, I forgot annual.
Is this okay?
Is this okay? Is this good paraphrase? Is this okay? The line graph below annual.
Illustrates.
Illustrates. Yeah, illustrates. Always illustrates. I don't ask me. Always.
示す表す
示す annual
Can you simplify?
or yearly. I can't not yearly. Yearly. Can you simplify?
単純にしてくれ
Can. Same. Same. Okay, this is good enough. Next.
Kaz help, I forgot my main character is NG plus 7 so the DLC is gonna to be way harder for me.
What is energy plus 7? why DLC is gonna to be way harder for you. How that?
New game +7.
New game? You mean this is your 7th turn or new game +7? Don't understand. I don't understand clearly, sorry. I don't understand clearly. Clearly. The provided line graph below illustrates the results of
So new game end is when a game lets you play the whole game again but makes all the enemies harder.
Thank you.
はっきり理解できない。ごめん。
お、いいね。いい日本語。Nice Japanese. いい訳だ。Nice translation. I see.
Hey, I'm Lie Arning.
You're learning. I see, Blaze. Good luck. The results of a survey. Results of a survey. An overview.
So the enemies have like 2x the stats or something. Plus new game plus will also allow you to bring any equipment from the completed game into the new game.
Overview of a research.
Game depending.
Giving the reason why.
I'm concerned. I have to kill a few bosses before the DLC. I'm technically NG +8.
Research of a research. Research. Giving the reason. So giving the reason. Given the reason.
あわよくば、遠く未来に流暢な日本語を話せる。
あわよくば、遠い未来に流暢な日本語を話せるようになる。遠く未来に流暢な日本語を話せるようになりたい。ようになりたい。Because it's your desire to become speak Japanese like a native. The provided line graph of a research giving the result. 野心だ。大きな野心だ。僕の大きな野心だ。俺の大きな野心だ。俺の絶大な野心だ。Overview of a research giving the reason why people move to capital city of a particular country. Conclusion. Conclusion of
調査、way。
調査なんだけど、survey, research, conclusion of a research, research, conclusion of research.
調査によって、カルガリーのパン屋はめっちゃやばくなった。日本語を学習しまくったら、きっとペラペラになる。
日本語は英語より簡単だからね、絶対うまくいくよ。
Japanese seems easier to learn. All the grammar rules are very regular, with few exceptions.
Yes, exactly. All the grammar rules are very complicated with lots of exceptions in English.
Yep, ain't it great? LOL.
No. Make me sick.
Kigo though. OOF. It always sounds strange when I try LOL.
This is very hard to paraphrase it. What? Given the reason why people moved to the capital city of a particular country. Survey, from the survey. Let me try again. Illustrates some certain people. Okay, illustrates some people. Okay. Some people some people, or some people moving, some people are moving, or well, some people are changing their home country, changing.
英語で文章を積むのは困難なことを存じ上げております。
ありがとうございます。How some people are changing their capital city of a particular country.
That wasn't strange.
Home.
LOL.
Hometown. Their hometown to another city. To another city. Okay. Don't know how to do it. Don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. The provided line graph below illustrates the conclusion of a research
Paraphrase, paraphrase.
Giving the reasons why people are relocated to the capital city of a specific country.
The line graph below illustrates the various reasons why people relocated to the capital city of each particular country, according to the results of a survey done in 2123.
According to the result survey done, but there is no such
や、テアト S によってグラマーロル
I might have made up a fact or two.
The line chart below illustrates the findings of a survey, detailing the reasons Forget it. Next. The graph gives information about the male. Okay. The provided line graph. Okay.
The figure below shows reasons why people moved to the capital cities of other countries.
Illustrates the information about
GPT rewrite this sentence in 10 different ways.
Don't try to tease GPT, please. About the gym membership, about the gym GYM membership among different gender, among different gender between over the course of how many years of I don't know, maybe 30 years. 30, well, of three decade over 3 decade 3 decade from 1980 to 2010. Membership. Genders. Decades. 3 decades from. Boy. Good. The course of decades. Now, next paragraph.
The below diagram shows trends in the gym habits of different genders over 30 years, starting from 1980.
It's not diagram. It's a line graph. Trends in the gym habits of different genders over 30 years, starting from
Diagram, line graph, chart, line chart, figure.
It's all same. I would use line graph because longer. There's word count. I have to write it down more than 160 words.
Oh, word count. The accompanying line chart provided below provides insights into the gym usage habits of different genders over a 30-year time frame starting from 1980 and ending in 2010. I can fluff up an essay with the best of them.
Is the full introduction. Let's look at the graph again. And the most general thing that I can see, the main point, is that the orange line for nuclear is definitely the highest over almost the whole period. We'll talk about that. And one more thing, let's just go to the opposite. The renewables are the lowest figures in the whole of the graph, the whole of the period. Let's write up in 2 sentences those 2 main points. First sentence about nuclear power being the highest. It is clear that nuclear power was by far the most important means of electricity generation over the period shown. Notice that I've made it a bit nicer than just saying nuclear power was the highest. I've said most important means of electricity generation. That's a good phrase. The second sentence was going to be about the renewables being the lowest. Renewables provided the lowest amount of electricity in each year. And that's my overview finished. 2 paragraphs done. Now we're ready. Paragraphs done.
It is clear that it is clear, it is obvious. It's obvious that in this case, what is this? Nickel. Nickel.
That is a graph.
It is nickel, copper, zinc. Nickel is the what? Was the most what high fluctuation?
It can be seen that nickel experienced the most significant decrease in price in the first 2 quarters of 2014.
Yes. It is obvious that nickel was the most significant. Let's see. Fluctuation.
While the cost of the other metals remained relatively stable throughout the year.
Experienced most significant fluctuations. In price. In price. So yeah. It is obvious that nickel experienced the most significant fluctuations in price over the period shown. Renewable provider. Two is kind of stable.
One can observe, it can be seen, this shows, it is noticeable, notably, an observation can be made. Dramatical isn't a word. Is it?
Dramatic.
Oh wow, it is.
Dramatic? It is. Okay. On the other hand, the price of two other metals had no such dramatic changes in their prices. Had no such dramatic changes in 2014. On the other hand, the price of two other metals had no such dramatic changes in 2014. How about this? Good. ChatGPT stopped functioning. Really? No way.
Yeah, it seems good to me.
Good for you? Alright, I'll carry on. This is first paragraph. Okay, then next, here. Try this. Second one. Highest income end of the year, right? And the lowest income. It is obvious that what? Amandine Bakery. Bakery.
It goes without saying that Mari Bake Shop experienced a scandal that resulted in half the town being muffin tops.
Scandal. Scandal that resulted in half-town. Experienced. Well, it is obvious that Amandine Bakery successfully, well, has the most income last 3 years.
OOF, vocab studies done for today. 40 new words.
Nice. You learned 40 new words today. That's great.
Yep, わて、おのれ、わし、ろる。
Wate onore washi. All different kinds of saying stuff in Japanese. On the other hand,
Nushi. Wei.
Mary Bake Shop. Experienced. On the other hand, Mary Bake Shop experienced significant, the most significant, well, not significant. Provided the lowest.
A fall, a decline, a drop, a dip, deterioration.
You forgot decrease.
Decrease works too. Isn't part of Psycha's definitions. Ooh, need an in there.
No. Oh.
Or change it to significantly decreased income.
But is this accuracy? Each year they are experiencing...
Either one works.
Yeah, but not each year though. Each fragment of a year. each fragment of a year. Can I say that? Each
A fragment of a year. No.
No. But it's not each year, obviously. Look. Rise, decrease, rose, decrease, decrease. A little bit
Each
rose.
dot is 1 year.
Each dot is 1 year, right? Yeah. Decrease, decrease, 2. Decrease, decrease, 2.
Every 2 years. Every other year.
Every other year. Every income. But there's no pattern. Then how about this? Through the period. Throughout. Throughout or...
Throughout the course of underscore.
all over the year. All over the year.
Synonyms.
Yeah. Like this.
Annually. Annually.
Annually is each year. "30 years.
Each year, over time. Over the years.
Over the decade. Throughout income throughout the decade. There you go. Make more sense.
Over the long term, over an extended period.
During the I want to speak Japanese.
I might be able to understand Japanese. Doubt it though. All my vocab comes from anime.
Highest income over the period shown. In contrast, on the other hand,
And for some reason, anime doesn't really talk about the price of rice in Brazil.
how that? Is it necessary to talk about the price of rice in Brazil? Oh. Next. Highest is this one. This is highest, or maybe this is highest employment. Study. Employment is the highest overall, and second, the least is adventure. Got it. Okay. It is obvious that it is obvious that that the reason employment that who are moving no, not obvious. The employment is the most reason
日本語の文章を構築の難しさはますます上がっている気がする。ロル。
はい。はい。文章そんなことないよ。英語の方がね、難しいって。絶対英語の方が難しい。
Could learn some other phrases for it is obvious. It can be seen, one can see that it is noticeable that.
What? Noticeable what?
That people have to relocate. Needs a have.
Have to relocate. Oh. Could have learned some other phrases for it is obvious. It can be seen, one can see that. Well, I can't do that, but during the test, I'm not going to write 7 or 8 different writings or taxes. There's only one tax. I'm just practicing. During the real exam, I'm going to use this phrase. On the other hand, it is obvious.
Notably, underscore.
The line chart below, well, the provided line graph below illustrates blah blah blah. Then over through what? Throughout 2014, or on the other hand, dramatic changes. Income throughout the decade. Over the course of the decade from 2000 to 2010. Good. Next. Notably obvious.
Yawn. Kigo study.
勉強家は勉強なさる。
I want to play game. I want to play game. I want to play. I want to play instead of learning something.
Games. Yes, it's correct, lol.
I want to play instead of learning something. Got it. Got it. Next. Last one. Oh. Drastic.
Where are your British friends today?
Playing Elden Ring. Drastic, dramatic fluctuation. Okay? Hey Ryoma, how are you? Last one. It is obvious. It is obvious. It is obvious.
彼らは他の部屋に勉強なさっている。
It is obvious that. It is obvious that. It is obvious that. 彼らは他の部屋で。
Why does this sound so old?
彼らは他の部屋で。not に。で。It's で。で、勉強している。
Day.
Yeah. That it is obvious that what men, okay, male, that the male membership.
そうですか。熱心に勉強しているんですね。
だよ。The male had the highest, well, the most dramatic fluctuations at the most dramatic fluctuations
Fluctuations. Fluctuations isn't a word.
Again, fluctuations in membership at the gym.
On a test you can use changes. It's a safe word.
Changes. No, I want to use a fluctuations. Don't worry, I'm going to practice. In the shown.
Then spell it correctly.
I
LOL.
will. Rise over the period shown over the period shown over the period shown on the other hand, female females had a list.
東京において環境についてミーティングがある。
Yay, grammar practice.
東京において環境についてミーティングがある。No, it's wrong. Wrong grammar to us. Try to fix your grammar.
東京において環境についての会議がございます。
No.
ハム
Do you need a hint? Do you need a hint? Do you want a hint?
Sure.
Alright.
Is it get rid of neoid?
You're right. Exactly. To something. No.
「東京で環境のミーティングがあるよ。
But in that case, you changed your sentence. You just changed your sentence. They have slightly different. Try again. ついてだろ? You are trying to use ついて. You have to use ついて. It's wrong.
Hmm.
わかんない? Do you want answer?
東京において環境についての会議があります。
No. において wrong. において is wrong. において is wrong. において is wrong. On the other hand, females. Nope. Wrong. It's simple. Very simple. On the other hand, females. Have this effect. through.
HAPM。東京で環境についての会議があります。
Again, you changed your sentence grammatically correct, but no. You changed your first sentence. You changed the meaning of your first sentence. No, try again. If I'm going to translate the first sentence, it means
Which part do I need to change?
Okay, listen, I'm going to translate it into English. First sentence, first one, which is your wrong first sentence with wrong grammar. But I'm going to say it correctly in English. So there is a meetings. There is a meeting about Tokyo's environment. Second one, there is a meeting about environment in Tokyo. First sentence is there is a meeting about Tokyo's environment. Second one, there is a meeting about
interesting そにおいてとエスンティリンク with てマインベアブ
No. You forgot something between Tokyo and 環境。東京、環境についての会議があります。Not 東京において環境についての、it's no, not like this. Just one word, one word, not word, one alphabet you needed between them. One alphabet, not there. Hint is what environment? Whose environment? Your second paragraph talking about there is a meeting about environment in Tokyo. Not
東京の環境についてミーティングがある。
There you go. Well done. If you want to use おいて can say
I was trying to say there's a meeting about the environment in Tokyo this whole time.
においての
there is a meeting about the environment in Tokyo. Like which environment, which prefecture's environment in Tokyo, or like it's a bit complicated in it. Like for example,
ID 再地球
whose environment in Tokyo, where Tokyo's environment, like, or there is a meeting about environment, Earth.
東京においての環境について会議がある。
Well, in that case, you are saying Tokyo's environment. typically environment in the Tokyo. In Tokyo.
GPT is my sentence natural? No, it sounds a bit stiff and unnatural.
No, it's actually unnatural, but
Thanks GPT. I knew that already.
Just want to say no 東京の環境についてミーティングがある。But if you want to say if you want to say there's mentioning 地球 I mean Earth 東京で地球の環境についてミーティングがある。東京で地球の環境についてミーティングがある。Otherwise, only environment doesn't make sense. You need what environment? Environment. Whose environment?
東京における環境についての会議を行います。東京にてバスにて行く。
Hold on. Tokyo にて違うだろう。どこで東京で
It is obvious that the mailhead isn't quite right.
How that? I hate this. I hate this exercise. I hate this exercise. I hate this exercise.
Why do?
I do. Character.
Skinny. Character.
Character.
And it should be plural.
But A here. You're right.
Yay, but you put people at the beginning.
Why? 別にいいじゃん。 But いいじゃんね。ね、いいじゃん。It's okay, right? There's no differences. People tend to make a skinny character or skinny characters. There's no difference. It's character. You know what? I'm going to study very, very hard tomorrow. Thanks for help. Thanks for your help. Tunas.
日本語は英語に勉強の優しさを比べたか言うと、日本語の方が優しいと思う。トリエス、マキング、センテンセス。
And it plays as well, of course. Good night, bye. Good night, everyone. I'm going to bed. I am going to bed now. Good night, everyone.
It's fun making sentences. Good night.
Good night.